Journal entry number 72 15th October 1895.
As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record the strangest case Holmes and I ever encountered aboard the Dover-Calais Express. One where a sealed diplomatic trunk vanished from a locked compartment while the train was in motion, and where my friend found himself in the unusual position of answering to his brother Mycroft's strict commands of absolute discretion. The rain beat steadily against my windows tonight, much as it did during that fateful journey across the Channel some 3 years ago. Perhaps it is this weather that has drawn my mind back to that curious affair. Or perhaps it is simply that I discovered, while organising my notes earlier today, the train ticket stub I had absent-mindedly used as a bookmark in my medical journal from that time. Such small artefacts can trigger the most vivid of memories. Holmes would call this sentiment mawkish, no doubt, but I have long observed that the human mind creates associations between objects and memories that even the most rational among us cannot entirely dismiss. My friend, for all his cool logic, was not immune to such triggers himself, though he would rarely admit it. I recall how the scent of certain tobacco would occasionally cause him to fall into reveries about past cases, though he would insist he was merely organising facts in his mental filing system. But I digress. The case I wish to record tonight stands out in my memory not merely for its international implications, which I shall detail shortly, but for the elegance of Holmes's solution to what appeared, to all observers including myself, an utterly impossible crime. It also marked one of the few occasions where I witnessed the complex relationship between Sherlock and Mycroft Holmes displayed in its full, complicated glory. It began, as many of our most intriguing adventures did, with the arrival of a telegram. Holmes and I had been enjoying a quiet evening at Baker Street. The summer had finally given way to autumn, and London had been wrapped in that particular golden haze that sometimes graces the city before winter sets in. Holmes had been in excellent spirits for the past week, having recently concluded a case for the Duke of Cavendish involving a substituted racehorse and a very ingenious system of mirrors. The mental stimulation had satisfied him temporarily, and he had not yet descended into that restless state which invariably preceded his reaching for the Morocco case containing his syringe. I had been reading the evening paper, occasionally reading aloud items of interest, while Holmes occupied himself with the classification of newspaper clippings for his ever-expanding index of criminal activities. Mrs. Hudson had brought up a tray of tea and her excellent scones not 30 minutes before, when the telegram boy's knock interrupted our domesticity. "A telegram, Holmes," I remarked unnecessarily as he was already rising to receive it. I watched his face as he read the brief message, noting how his expression shifted almost imperceptibly from mild curiosity to sharp interest. After years of companionship, I had learned to read these subtle changes in his countenance, though I dare say few others would have detected anything beyond his usual mask of composure. "It appears, Watson," he said, folding the telegram and slipping it into his waistcoat pocket, "that we shall be taking the morning train to Dover." "Dover," I echoed. "What's afoot?" Holmes smiled thinly. "My brother Mycroft requires our assistance." This simple statement immediately piqued my interest. Mycroft Holmes, as I had come to understand, occupied a singular position in the British government, one so unique that Sherlock himself once described his brother as occasionally being the British government. For him to request his younger brother's help suggested a matter of considerable significance. "Is it a case, then?" I inquired. "Of the most delicate nature, it would seem," Holmes replied, lighting his pipe and settling back into his chair. "Mycroft is typically circumspect in his communications, but the use of our old childhood cipher in this telegram suggests an unusual level of secrecy." I raised my eyebrows at this revelation. "You and Mycroft had a secret cipher?" A rare look of nostalgic amusement crossed Holmes's face. "Indeed, Watson. Even as boys, we found conventional methods of communication tediously transparent. Mycroft developed a substitution cipher when he was 9 years old, which we refined over the years. That he would employ it now suggests that this matter touches upon affairs of state." "But he's given you no details?" "Only that we are to take the morning Dover train, and that I should bring you. He specifically mentioned your name, Watson, and that we should pack for a possible Channel crossing." Holmes blew a perfect smoke ring toward the ceiling. "Mycroft rarely leaves his orbit between the Diogenes Club and Whitehall. That he might potentially venture as far as Calais is, itself, remarkable." I felt that familiar stirring of anticipation that always preceded our adventures. "Then we should prepare for the journey." "Indeed." Holmes tapped his long fingers thoughtfully against the arm of his chair. "I would advise you to bring your service revolver, Watson. Mycroft would not involve us in a trivial matter." This recommendation gave me pause. While I was accustomed to bringing my revolver on our more dangerous expeditions, the fact that Holmes suggested it based merely on his brother's involvement indicated a seriousness that gave me momentary concern. "Do you anticipate trouble, then?" Holmes's eyes had that distant look that told me he was already turning over possibilities in his mind. "I anticipate complexity, Watson. Mycroft operates in realms where national security and international diplomacy intersect. Such waters are invariably deep and often treacherous." I nodded and rose to begin my preparations, my medical mind already cataloguing what supplies I might need if we were indeed crossing to the continent. As I reached the door, Holmes's voice stopped me. "Watson," he said, his tone unusually reflective, "have you ever considered how fragile the peace between nations can be? How a single document, a single conversation, or their absence, might tip the balance toward chaos?" The question struck me as uncharacteristically philosophical for Holmes, whose mind typically concerned itself with concrete facts rather than abstract ponderings. "I suppose I haven't given it much thought," I admitted, "though I've seen enough of war to wish for its avoidance at almost any cost." Holmes nodded slowly. "Quite so. It is men like my brother who stand at those pressure points of history, making decisions that most of us will never know about, yet which shape the world we inhabit." He shook himself slightly, as if dismissing these reflections. "Pack warmly, Watson. The Channel can be most inhospitable in October." That night I slept fitfully, my dreams filled with images of ships crossing stormy seas and faceless men exchanging mysterious packages. When I awoke the next morning, I found Holmes already dressed and pacing our sitting room, his travelling bag packed and ready by the door. He had the energized air that always accompanied the beginning of a new case, a barely contained eagerness that manifested in quick movements and heightened alertness. "Ah, Watson, you're awake," he greeted me. We have precisely 47 minutes before our cab arrives. Mrs. Hudson has prepared a commendably early breakfast. As we ate, Holmes was unusually quiet, which, I had learned, indicated intense mental activity rather than disinterest. When he finally spoke, it was to ask a question that seemed, at first, entirely unrelated to our impending journey. "Watson, in your medical experience, have you ever encountered diplomatic personnel returning from foreign posts?" I considered the question while buttering my toast. "Occasionally, yes. During my time at Netley, I treated several Foreign Office men who had fallen ill while stationed abroad." "Why do you ask? And did you observe anything particular about their manner or their possessions?" I frowned, trying to recall those patients from years ago. Well, they tended to travel with rather more luggage than the average person. Diplomatic pouches, official documents, that sort of thing. Several were quite protective of their belongings, almost paranoid, one might say. Holmes nodded, a small smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Excellent observation, Watson. The diplomatic courier is a species unto himself, trained to guard his cargo as a mother bear guards her cubs, and often carrying materials whose significance he himself may not fully comprehend." "You think this case involves a diplomatic courier?" "It is one possibility among several," Holmes replied evasively. "I prefer not to theorize in advance of data, as you well know. The journey to Dover was uneventful, though I observed that Holmes was unusually attentive to our fellow passengers, studying each with that penetrating gaze that so often discomfited those unaccustomed to his methods. For my part, I found myself watching for anyone who might fit the description of a diplomatic courier, though I realized the futility of such an exercise, given the discretion such individuals were trained to maintain. We arrive at Dover shortly after noon, the port bustling with the usual activity of passengers embarking and disembarking from the Channel steamers. Holmes led us directly to the station hotel, where, he informed me, Mycroft had arranged for a private meeting room. "My brother dislikes disruptions to his routine," Holmes explained as we made our way through the hotel lobby. "That he has travelled to Dover suggests an urgency that even telegrams could not satisfy." The meeting room was a sombre wood-panelled chamber on the hotel's second floor. When we entered, I was struck by the figure seated at the far end of the table. Though I had met Mycroft Holmes only a handful of times, his imposing presence was unmistakable. Physically, he shared his brother's height and sharp features, but where Sherlock was all wiry energy and sudden movements, Mycroft possessed a stillness that somehow conveyed even greater power. "Sherlock," he acknowledged, with a slight nod. "Dr. Watson." His voice was like his brother's, but deeper. Each word precisely weighted. Brother Holmes replied with equal economy. "You're looking well. The new diet appears to be having a modest effect." A flicker of annoyance crossed Mycroft's face. "Your observations on my physical condition are, as always, unwelcome and irrelevant to the matter at hand. I had often marvelled at how quickly the Holmes brothers could dispense with ordinary pleasantries. Where other siblings might inquire after health or exchange small talk, these two moved immediately to the substance of their meeting, as if social convention was an unnecessary encumbrance. "You have a problem requiring discretion and swift action," Holmes said, taking a seat across from his brother. "Something involving diplomatic channels, I presume, given your reference to the Dover-Calais Express in your telegram." Mycroft's eyebrows raised a fraction. Your deduction is correct, though hardly impressive, given the context. He turned his attention to include me in the conversation. Dr. Watson, I must impress upon you the absolute confidentiality of what I'm about to relate. No account of this affair can ever appear in your chronicles of my brother's cases. I nodded solemnly. You have my word, Mr. Holmes. Mycroft studied me for a moment, then seemed satisfied. Very well. Sherlock, we have received intelligence that a certain document, the details of which I cannot disclose even to you, will be intercepted during its transport from Paris to London tomorrow. The document will be carried by one of our most trusted diplomatic couriers in a secured trunk, travelling on the Dover-Calais Express. Holmes leaned forward slightly. And you wish us to ensure its safe passage? Precisely, Mycroft confirmed. This document's importance cannot be overstated. Its loss or compromise would create diplomatic repercussions that could potentially destabilize relations with 3 European powers. Why not simply delay its transport or choose another route? I asked. Mycroft's gaze shifted to me, and I felt the full weight of his analytical mind, so similar to his brother's, yet somehow colder, more removed from human concerns. The document's time-sensitive nature precludes delay, he explained. As for alternative routes, we have reason to believe that all possible channels are being watched. The Dover-Calais Express has been selected because it offers certain advantages for our purposes. You're using the document as bait, Holmes said softly. You know there will be an attempt to intercept it, and you wish to identify the agents responsible. A thin smile appeared on Mycroft's face. Your insight serves you well, brother. Yes, we have arranged matters to draw out our opponents, but the document itself must still reach London intact. That is where you come in. And why did you specifically request Watson's presence? Holmes asked, glancing at me. Dr. Watson's medical credentials may prove useful, Mycroft replied cryptically, and I have observed that your success rate is marginally higher when working in his company. I felt a peculiar mixture of pride and embarrassment at this clinical assessment of my contribution to Holmes's work. Sherlock, however, merely nodded, as if this was a self-evident truth not worth remarking upon. Tell me about the courier, Holmes requested. James Fitzroy, Mycroft said, sliding a small photograph across the table. 42 years of age, 15 years in diplomatic service. Impeccable record. He'll be carrying the standard diplomatic trunk, reinforced steel construction, triple lock system secured to the baggage car floor with steel chains. I studied the photograph of a serious-looking man with a neatly trimmed moustache and the erect posture of a former military man. He had the alert eyes of someone accustomed to constant vigilance. And the opposition? Holmes inquired. We have identified 3 likely operatives who we believe will be aboard the train, Mycroft said, producing additional photographs. Karl Weiss, ostensibly a Swiss businessman, Madame Lenoir, travelling as a French widow returning to Paris, and Ivan Petrov, using the cover of a Russian academic. Holmes examined each photograph carefully. The Russian government, then? Mycroft's expression remained impassive. We cannot be certain which power they represent. They may be working in concert, or they may be competing interests. In this game, allegiances are rarely what they appear to be. And our role? Holmes asked, though I suspected he had already deduced it. You and Dr. Watson will travel on tomorrow's Dover-Calais Express as ordinary passengers. You will observe, but not interfere, unless absolutely necessary. Our primary goal is to identify the full network of operatives and their methods. Fitzroy has been informed that additional security will be aboard, but has not been given your descriptions or names. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. A wise precaution. The less he knows, the more natural his behavior will appear to those watching him. Precisely, Mycroft agreed. The train departs at 11 tomorrow morning. You will find your tickets and appropriate documentation at the front desk. I've taken the liberty of creating cover identities for you both. And what if the attempt to steal the documents succeeds despite our presence? I asked, concerned about the grave consequences Mycroft had outlined. A shadow of something, worry perhaps, though it was difficult to be certain, crossed Mycroft's typically impassive face. That, Dr. Watson, must not happen. While intelligence gathering is our primary objective, the document's security is paramount. If you detect an imminent threat to its safety, you are authorized to intervene directly. Holmes stood abruptly. We shall need more detailed information about the train itself, the layout of the baggage car, the security protocols, the crew members who will have access. Mycroft nodded and withdrew a sealed envelope from his inner pocket. Everything we know is contained here. Memorize it and destroy it before boarding the train. As Holmes accepted the envelope, Mycroft fixed him with an intense stare. Sherlock, I cannot overstate the delicacy of this situation. The wrong word in the wrong ear could prove disastrous. When have you known me to be careless with sensitive information? Holmes replied, a rare note of defensiveness in his tone. Never, Mycroft acknowledged, but neither have you found yourself at the centre of such a tangled web of international intrigue before. This is not one of your London murderers or blackmailers. These are professional agents trained in espionage and counterintelligence. Holmes smiled thinly. Your concern is noted, brother, but unnecessary. Watson and I shall manage admirably. He tucked the envelope into his coat. Shall we meet again before the train's departure? Mycroft shook his head. I return to London this evening. Further communication would risk unnecessary attention. From this point forward, you are on your own. As we took our leave, I could not help but feel the weight of responsibility that had been placed upon our shoulders. Holmes, however, seemed energized by the challenge. Well, Watson, he remarked as we made our way to our hotel rooms, it appears we are to be thrust into the great game of nations. You seem pleased by the prospect, I observed. Holmes's eyes gleamed with that familiar intensity that always accompanied his most stimulating cases. It is not often that one has the opportunity to match wits with trained agents of foreign powers, Watson. The stakes are high, certainly, but so too is the intellectual challenge. That evening, as we dined in our hotel room to avoid being seen in public, Holmes pored over the contents of Mycroft's envelope, committing every detail to memory before burning the papers in our fireplace. I watched the flames consume the documents, wondering what secrets they contained and what dangers awaited us on the morrow's journey. Get some rest, Watson, Holmes advised as the last paper curled into ash. Tomorrow, we enter a world where nothing is as it seems, and everyone wears a mask, ourselves included. As I retired to my bed that night, I recalled Holmes's earlier question about the fragility of peace between nations. Looking back now, With the perspective that time provides, I recognize that moment as the beginning of an adventure that would test not only Holmes's deductive powers, but also the bonds of trust between us, and indeed, between nations balanced on the precipice of conflict. The morning dawned clear and cold, with a brisk wind that carried the tang of salt from the channel. I awoke to find Holmes already dressed and standing by the window, his lean silhouette outlined against the grey light of early morning. He had the stillness of a predator about him, a quality that emerged whenever he was fully engaged in a case. "Ah, Watson, you're awake," he said, without turning. "The maritime forecast suggests favourable conditions for our crossing, though I suspect our journey will be turbulent in ways unrelated to the weather." I dressed quickly, my military habits reasserting themselves in the face of the day's uncertainties. My revolver was cleaned and loaded, tucked securely in my pocket where it would be accessible, yet unobtrusive. As a doctor, I had sworn to do no harm, but experience with Holmes had taught me that sometimes the threat of force was necessary to prevent greater violence. Over breakfast, Holmes briefed me on our cover identities, constructed with Mycroft's typical thoroughness. "You are Dr. James Wilson, a specialist in respiratory diseases, returning from a medical conference in London," Holmes explained, passing me a set of credentials that looked remarkably authentic. "I am William Scott, an antiquarian book dealer seeking rare volumes for a private collector in Paris." I examined the papers with admiration. Mycroft's work is impeccable. Indeed, my brother may be physically averse to exertion, but his mind is capable of the most painstaking attention to detail. Holmes sipped his coffee thoughtfully. "Our cover identities are chosen with care, Watson. As a doctor, you will have natural reason to engage with passengers who might appear ill or distressed, a convenient excuse to observe our suspects. My role allows me to be somewhat eccentric and inquisitive without arousing suspicion. And what of Fitzroy, the courier? How shall we identify him?" Mycroft provided a detailed description, but I suspect he will be evident by his behaviour alone. Look for a man who maintains constant awareness of his surroundings, who positions himself with clear sight lines to all entrances, and who makes regular, discreet checks on the baggage car. I nodded, already forming a mental image based on the photograph we had seen. "And these foreign agents, how do you propose we monitor them without alerting them to our presence?" Holmes leaned forward, lowering his voice, though we were alone in our room. "We will split our attention. You will take particular note of the Swiss businessman Weiss and the Russian academic Petrov. I shall observe Madame Lenoir." "You suspect the woman most strongly?" I asked, somewhat surprised. A faint smile touched Holmes's lips. "I have found, Watson, that in matters of intrigue, women often prove the most formidable operatives. They are culturally presumed to be less threatening and thus less closely watched. A tactical advantage that skilled agencies have long exploited." We finished our breakfast and gathered our modest luggage, a single valise each, as befitted travellers making a short journey to the continent. Holmes had insisted we pack lightly, both to maintain our cover and to ensure mobility should circumstances require quick action. The Dover station was crowded when we arrived, filled with the usual mix of businessmen, tourists, and families that populated the cross-channel routes. Holmes guided us to a position with a clear view of both the platform and the baggage handling area, where he observed with interest as trunks and cases were loaded into the train's baggage car. "There," he murmured, inclining his head slightly toward a tall man supervising the careful loading of a substantial steel trunk. "Fitzroy." I recognized him immediately from the photograph, though in person he projected an even stronger air of controlled alertness. He did not hover anxiously over the trunk. That would have drawn unwanted attention, but rather maintained a casual posture while never allowing his gaze to stray far from his charge. Once the trunk was secured inside the baggage car, he exchanged a few words with the guard, slipped him what appeared to be a generous tip, and then moved toward the passenger carriages. "He's arranged to have access to the baggage car during the journey," Holmes observed, a standard precaution for couriers of his experience. "And our suspects?" I asked quietly. "The woman in the grey travelling costume with the violet hat pin, Madame Lenoir," Holmes indicated with the slightest motion of his eyes. "The heavy-set man examining his pocket watch by the newsstand is Weiss. And I believe our Russian academic Petrov is the thin gentleman with the leather portfolio currently purchasing a newspaper." I studied each figure discreetly, committing their appearances to memory. Madame Lenoir was an elegant woman of perhaps 40 years, her manner composed and unremarkable, save for the occasional sharp glance that suggested a more vigilant mind than her widow's weeds implied. Weiss had the florid complexion of a man who enjoyed rich food and wine, his expensive suit cut to minimize his bulk. Petrov was the most nondescript of the three, thin, scholarly, with wire-rimmed spectacles and nervous hands that continuously adjusted his cravat. "They do not acknowledge one another," I noted. "Nor would they, if they are as professional as Mycroft believes," Holmes replied. "Come, let us board. I suggest we take compartments near the centre of the train, close enough to observe both Fitzroy and our suspects, but not so close as to arouse suspicion." We boarded with a general flow of passengers, Holmes securing us adjacent compartments, from which we could observe different sections of the train. The Dover-Calais Express was one of the more luxurious cross-channel services, with well-appointed carriages and attentive staff catering to a clientele that included diplomats, wealthy tourists, and businessmen for whom time was more valuable than money. Holmes and I arranged to meet periodically in the dining car to exchange observations, maintaining our respective covers while doing so. As the final boarding call sounded and the train prepared for departure, I found myself settled in my compartment, with an unobtrusive view of the corridor through the partially open door. Holmes had positioned himself similarly in his compartment across the way, where he had already struck up a conversation with a fellow passenger about rare book collections, establishing his cover identity with characteristic thoroughness. The train pulled out of Dover Station precisely at 11 o'clock, gathering speed as it headed toward the harbour, where the Channel ferry awaited to transport us across to Calais. Through my window, I watched as the white cliffs receded, their chalk faces gleaming in the autumn sunlight. Despite the gravity of our mission, I felt that familiar thrill that always accompanied the beginning of a new case with Holmes, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension that had become as much a part of my life as my medical practice. Little did I know then that this journey would present us with one of the most perplexing puzzles we had yet encountered. a locked room mystery on a moving train that would test even Sherlock Holmes's legendary powers of deduction, and place us both in more danger than I could have imagined. For as the train made its way to the harbour, events were already in motion that would lead to the impossible vanishing of a diplomatic trunk, and draw us into a web of international intrigue where nothing and no one was quite what they seemed. But I am getting ahead of myself. Let me proceed methodically, as Holmes himself would insist, and record the events as they unfolded, beginning with our first significant observation during that fateful journey across the Channel. The transfer from train to ferry proceeded with the practiced efficiency typical of the Dover-Calais route. Passengers disembarked at the harbour station and made their way aboard the waiting steamer, while porters and baggage handlers transferred luggage with more haste than care. Throughout this process, I observed Fitzroy maintaining a discreet but unwavering vigilance over his diplomatic trunk, which was transported separately under the watchful eye of 2 railway guards, an unusual level of security that would have drawn my attention even had I not been specifically looking for it. Holmes and I maintained our separate identities as we boarded the ferry, though he managed to position himself near the stern, affording a clear view of both the luggage hold and the main passenger deck. I stationed myself in the ship's small smoking room, which provided an excellent vantage point to observe both Weiss and Petrov without arousing suspicion. Madame Lenoir had taken a seat in the ladies' cabin, temporarily beyond my direct observation, though Holmes would later inform me that she had spent most of the crossing engaged in seemingly innocent conversation with a young English governess returning to her post in Brussels. The Channel was mercifully calm that day, the crossing smooth enough that even those passengers prone to mal de mer were able to enjoy the journey. I kept my attention divided between our suspects and the general comings and goings of passengers, particularly noting any who showed interest in the special cargo hold where Fitzroy's trunk was secured. To my surprise, neither Weiss nor Petrov made any obvious move toward the restricted area. Indeed, they seemed studiously uninterested in anything related to the baggage hold, which itself struck me as suspicious, a performance of nonchalance too perfect to be genuine. As we approached the French coast, I made my way to the open deck where, as arranged, Holmes joined me at the railing, ostensibly to admire the approaching shoreline. "Anything of note, Watson?" he murmured, his eyes fixed on the distant spires of Calais. Our Swiss and Russian friends seemed determined to establish their lack of interest in the baggage hold, I replied quietly. Neither has made any move toward it, nor even glanced in its direction. It strikes me as rather too deliberate. Holmes nodded slightly, a thin smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Precisely. And Madame Lenoir has been cultivating a potential source of information, a young governess whose employer is connected with the British Embassy in Brussels. Her technique is rather admirable, a masterclass in extracting information while appearing to merely engage in pleasant conversation. "You believe they're working together, then?" I asked. "It seems likely, though I wouldn't discount the possibility of competing interests." Holmes lit his pipe, using the process to casually scan the deck. The most interesting development, however, is the fourth party who's joined our little drama. "Fourth party," I echoed, careful to keep my voice low. "Indeed. A gentleman travelling as a wine merchant from Bordeaux, early 50s, military bearing despite his, civilian clothes, slight callus on the right middle finger consistent with frequent use of a service revolver. Holmes tapped his pipe against the railing. He's been watching our three suspects with as much interest as they've been avoiding watching Fitzroy's trunk. Another agent. But who's that? My dear Watson, is the question. He carries a French passport, but his French, though fluent, has the faintest trace of a Germanic accent. Holmes narrowed his eyes against the sea breeze. The game is more complex than Mycroft indicated. We have at least two opposing forces at work, possibly three. As the ferry docked at Calais, passengers began gathering their personal effects and preparing to disembark. Fitzroy emerged from the first-class cabin, where he had spent most of the crossing, moving with casual purpose toward the baggage hold. I noted that he exchanged a brief nod with a uniformed customs official who then escorted him to oversee the unloading of his trunk. Diplomatic privilege, Holmes murmured beside me. His cargo will bypass the usual customs inspection. We disembarked with the general flow of passengers, maintaining our separate identities as we made our way to the waiting Dover-Calais express that would complete the journey to Paris. This second train was of French manufacture, slightly less luxurious than its British counterpart, but still befitting the first-class passengers who primarily used this route. I observed with interest that our three suspects, Weiss, Petrov, and Madame Lenoir, had each managed to secure compartments in the same carriage as Fitzroy, while appearing to have no connection to one another. The wine merchant Holmes had identified positioned himself in the dining car, which afforded a clear view of the corridor leading to both Fitzroy's compartment and the baggage car. Holmes and I again took separate compartments, though adjacent ones connected by a communicating door that allowed us to confer privately once the train was underway. As we settled in and the train pulled out of Calais station, Holmes shared his initial assessment. The critical period will be between Calais and Paris, he said, keeping his voice low despite our privacy. Approximately 3 hours, during which our adversaries must make their move if they hope to succeed. You expect them to attempt the theft on this leg of the journey? I asked, somewhat surprised. Why not during the Channel crossing, or earlier at Dover? Holmes's eyes gleamed with that familiar intensity that signalled his mind was fully engaged. Consider the logistics, Watson. The Dover docks are on British soil, crawling with officials well versed in spotting foreign agents. The Channel steamer is a confined space with limited escape routes and multiple security personnel specifically watching for smuggling attempts. But the train to Paris. He gestured towards the window, where the French countryside was beginning to roll past. Here we have multiple carriages, frequent stops at intermediate stations, and the final destination of Paris, a city where one can disappear with remarkable ease given the right preparations. I nodded, seeing the logic. And what of this wine merchant character? Should we consider him a potential ally or another threat? Neither, for the moment. He is an unknown variable. Observe, but do not engage unless circumstances demand it. Holmes glanced at his pocket watch. I suggest we begin our surveillance rotation. You take the first shift in the corridor. Your medical bag provides the perfect excuse to move about the train should anyone question your presence. Following Holmes's suggestion, I took my medical bag and began a casual patrol of the corridor. pausing occasionally to look out the windows as if admiring the view, all while keeping a discreet eye on the compartments occupied by our persons of interest. Fitzroy had settled into his compartment with a newspaper, though I noted his posture remained alert, his eyes frequently lifting from the page to scan his surroundings. Madame Lenoir was writing in a small journal, her elegant profile visible through the partially open door of her compartment. Weiss appeared to be dozing, while Petrov had immersed himself in a thick academic tome. The first hour of the journey passed uneventfully. I exchanged places with Holmes, retreating to our compartment while he conducted his own surveillance under the guise of stretching his legs. When he returned some 30 minutes later, his expression was thoughtful. "There has been an exchange," he murmured, closing the connecting door behind him. Madame Lenoir passed something to the wine merchant in the dining car. A note, I believe, slipped beneath a dropped handkerchief. Most skillfully done. They're working together, then? Not necessarily. It could be a warning, a bribe, or a threat. Holmes tapped his fingers thoughtfully against his knee. The plot thickens, Watson. I believe we're observing not one operation, but several, overlapping and perhaps opposing one another. What of Fitzroy? Any sign he's aware of these machinations? He's made 2 trips to the baggage car already, ostensibly to check on his trunk. Each time he spent precisely 4.5 minutes inside, longer than necessary for a simple visual inspection. Holmes's eyes narrowed. I suspect he may be engaged in counter-surveillance measures, or perhaps... No, it's too early to theorize without more data. The train made a brief stop at Boulogne, where a few passengers disembarked and new ones boarded. I watched closely, half expecting one of our suspects to use this opportunity to leave the train, but all remained in their compartments. However, I did notice Petrov exchanging a brief, seemingly casual glance with a porter who boarded at this stop. A momentary meeting of eyes that might have meant nothing, yet struck me as significant. "Holmes," I said, when he returned from another patrol of the corridor, "I believe Petrov may have a confederate among the train staff, a porter who boarded at Boulogne." Holmes nodded, unsurprised. "Well spotted, Watson." Yes, I observed the same. The man's hands bear the calluses of someone accustomed to more physical work than that of a railway porter. A former military man, I would wager. The plot continues to elaborate itself. He checked his pocket watch. We are approximately halfway to Paris. If there is to be an attempt on the trunk, it will likely come soon. As if on cue, the train entered a long tunnel, plunging the carriages into sudden darkness relieved only by the dim glow of the gas lamps. The unexpected transition caused a momentary disorientation among the passengers, and I felt Holmes tense beside me. "This would be the ideal moment," he whispered. "The tunnel runs for nearly 3 minutes, sufficient time for a well-planned operation." When we emerged once more into daylight, Holmes immediately rose and made his way into the corridor. I followed a moment later, my medical bag in hand, to find him engaged in conversation with a train attendant. As I approached, I overheard their exchange. "Ah, docteur," Holmes said in his impeccable French, adopting his cover identity. This good man was just explaining that one of the passengers is feeling unwell. "Perhaps your assistance is required." The attendant turned to me with relief. "Oui, monsieur. A gentleman in the 3rd compartment. He's complained of chest pains." I glanced at Holmes, who gave me the slightest of nods. "Of course," I replied. "Lead the way." As I expected, the unwell gentleman proved to be Weiss, the Swiss businessman, who was indeed clutching at his chest and breathing with apparent difficulty when we entered his compartment. A quick examination revealed nothing physically amiss, though he played the role of a man in discomfort convincingly enough. "It is merely indigestion, monsieur," I informed him after my examination. "The pressure on the diaphragm can sometimes mimic the symptoms of a heart episode. I recommend some bismuth powder and rest." Weiss thanked me profusely in accented French, accepting the mild remedy I offered from my medical bag. Throughout the examination, I had been keenly aware that this apparent illness might be a diversion of some kind, yet I could detect no specific cause for alarm beyond my general suspicion of the man. When I rejoined Holmes in our compartment, I found him looking unusually grave. "What is it?" I asked. "Was Weiss's indisposition a diversion?" "I believe so, though not in the way one might expect," Holmes replied. "While you were attending to him, I took the opportunity to check the baggage car." Fitzroy was already there, performing another of his inspections. The trunk appears undisturbed, still secured by its chains to the floor. "Then what concerns you?" Holmes's brow furrowed. "It's what I observed in the corridor." The porter you identified, Petrov's confederate, was engaged in what appeared to be routine duties, yet he kept glancing toward the baggage car with an expectancy that suggests the operation is already in progress. "But if the trunk is secure—" "The trunk may not be the actual target, Watson," Holmes interrupted, his voice low and intent. "Or rather, not in the way Mycroft anticipates. I'm beginning to suspect that we are observing a far more sophisticated ploy than a simple theft." Before he could elaborate, the train began to slow as it approached another station, Amiens, according to the schedule. Holmes quickly rose to his feet. "This stop presents another opportunity. Let us both maintain vigilance. You watch Fitzroy. I'll keep an eye on our Russian friend and his porter accomplice." The stop at Amiens was brief, with few passengers embarking or disembarking. Fitzroy remained in his compartment, seemingly absorbed in his newspaper, though his eyes continually scanned the platform visible through his window. Petrov also stayed aboard, though I noticed he stood in the corridor near his compartment, ostensibly to stretch his legs, his position affording him a clear view of both Fitzroy's compartment and the baggage car. The porter, meanwhile, exited the train briefly to help with luggage, exchanging a few words with a station worker that appeared innocent enough, but which Holmes later informed me had included a coded phrase he recognized from his studies of espionage techniques. As the train pulled away from Amiens, I sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a tightening of tension, like the tuning of violin strings before a performance. Our suspects seemed more alert, their casual poses belied by a new intensity in their eyes. Even the wine merchant had abandoned his post in the dining car and was now walking slowly through the corridors, pausing occasionally as if admiring the countryside through the windows. Holmes rejoined me in our compartment, his expression animated with that particular energy that always signaled his detection of some critical development. "Watson," he said softly, "I believe we are approaching the critical moment. There has been a signal of some kind passed among our suspects. Madame Lenoir touched her hatpin twice when the wine merchant passed her compartment, a prearranged signal, I'm certain of it. What do you think they're planning? Holmes's eyes gleamed. Something audacious, if I'm correct. The next section of track includes a stretch where the train slows considerably due to ongoing repair work. That would be the ideal moment for... He was interrupted by a sudden commotion in the corridor, a cry of alarm, followed by the sound of hurrying footsteps. We both rose immediately and stepped out to find Fitzroy himself striding rapidly toward the baggage car, his face set in an expression of controlled urgency. Something has alerted him, Holmes muttered. Follow Watson, but maintain a discreet distance. We made our way after Fitzroy, observing as he unlocked the door to the baggage car with a key he produced from his waistcoat pocket. As he disappeared inside, Holmes signalled for me to wait in the corridor, while he positioned himself near the connecting door, ready to intervene if necessary. What happened next occurred with such rapidity that even now, as I record these events, the sequence remains somewhat blurred in my recollection. There was a muffled exclamation from within the baggage car, followed by the sound of something heavy falling. Holmes immediately pushed the door open, and we both entered to find Fitzroy standing in apparent shock, staring at an empty space on the floor, where, according to the chains still bolted in place, his diplomatic trunk should have been. "It's gone," Fitzroy said, his professional composure momentarily shattered. "The trunk? It's simply gone. But it's impossible. I checked it less than 20 minutes ago." Holmes was already examining the area, his keen eyes taking in every detail of the scene. The baggage car was crowded with trunks, valises, and crates of various sizes, all secured against the train's movement. The diplomatic trunk's chains remained locked to their floorbolts, forming a perfect rectangle around empty space. There were no signs of forced entry, no indications of the chains having been tampered with. "When did you last verify the trunk's presence?" Holmes asked, dropping all pretense of his cover identity. Fitzroy looked at him sharply. "Who are you, sir? A colleague of Mycroft Holmes," my friend replied succinctly. "Dr. Watson and I are here at his request. Now, please answer the question. When did you last see the trunk?" Fitzroy's expression cleared somewhat at the mention of Mycroft's name. "Just after Boulogne. I inspected it thoroughly. Contents intact. Locks secure. I've been checking it every 30 minutes since we left Calais." Holmes nodded, his gaze sweeping the car methodically. "And you're certain no one else has entered this car during that time?" "Positive. I've been watching the door from my compartment. Only the authorized guard has entered, and only briefly to admit me during my inspections." "The guard," I said suddenly. "Could he be involved?" "François Dumont," Fitzroy supplied. "Been with the railway for 15 years. He's cleared by both British and French security services." Holmes had moved to examine the chains more closely, his lens in hand. "These have not been cut or unlocked," he murmured. "The trunk has somehow been removed while leaving the securing chains intact and locked." "That's impossible," Fitzroy insisted. "The trunk weighs nearly 20 stone when loaded, and it's larger than that ventilation grate. There's simply nowhere it could have gone without someone removing it through this door, which has been under observation the entire journey." I found myself agreeing with Fitzroy's assessment. The baggage car, while spacious, offered no obvious hiding places for an object as substantial as the diplomatic trunk. The windows were too small to allow its passage, and the only door was the one through which we had entered, which, according to Fitzroy, had been under constant surveillance. Holmes, however, was now examining the walls and floor of the car with intense concentration, tapping occasionally and listening to the resulting sounds with his head cocked to one side. "Watson," he said suddenly, "would you be so kind as to locate the guard, Dumont? I believe we should have a word with him immediately." "But the trunk, Holmes," Fitzroy protested. "We must recover it at once. The documents will be found more quickly if we proceed methodically," Holmes interrupted. "Trust me, Mr. Fitzroy, when I tell you that panic is the least useful response in our current situation. I left to find the guard, locating him 2 carriages ahead, attending to a passenger's request for blankets. He appeared genuinely shocked when I informed him that he was needed in the baggage car regarding an urgent matter, and he followed me back without hesitation. Upon our return, I found Holmes engaged in an intense conversation with Fitzroy, who looked increasingly concerned, as Holmes outlined what appeared to be a series of possibilities regarding the trunk's disappearance. Both men fell silent as the guard entered. "Monsieur Dumont," Holmes addressed him in French, "are you aware that a piece of luggage has gone missing from this car?" The guard's face registered genuine surprise. "Missing? But that is impossible, monsieur. I have been responsible for this car since Calais, and no one has removed anything except for the passengers who disembarked at previous stations, each with proper tickets." Holmes nodded, watching the man's reactions carefully. "The missing item is a diplomatic trunk belonging to the British government. When was the last time you entered this car prior to our current presence?" Dumont thought for a moment. "Approximately 30 minutes ago, to admit this gentleman for his regular inspection." He nodded toward Fitzroy. "Before that, I entered briefly at Amiens to retrieve a valise for a disembarking passenger." "And did you notice anything unusual during either of these visits? Any sound, smell, or visual anomaly that struck you as out of the ordinary?" The guard hesitated, then said, "There was a strange smell shortly before Amiens, like metal being cut or ground. I assumed it was from the locomotive or the wheels, but it seemed stronger here than in the passenger carriages." Holmes's eyes lit up at this information. "And did you investigate the source?" "Briefly, monsieur. I walked the length of the car, but found nothing amiss. The smell dissipated quickly." Holmes turned to Fitzroy. "And you noticed nothing of this sort during your inspections?" "Nothing," Fitzroy confirmed, "though I was focused primarily on the trunk itself, not the general environment of the car." Holmes nodded, then moved suddenly to the wall nearest where the trunk had been secured, running his hands along its wooden paneling. "Watson, your medical bag. May I?" Somewhat puzzled, I handed him my bag, from which he extracted a stethoscope. To my surprise, he placed it against the wall of the baggage car and listened intently, moving it methodically across the wooden panels. "As I suspected," he murmured after a moment. "Mr. Fitzroy, Mr. Dumont, this car has been modified. There is a false section in this wall, a concealed compartment large enough to accommodate your missing trunk." "A false wall?" Fitzroy exclaimed, his composure momentarily shattered by Holmes's revelation. "But that's—" He stopped, visibly gathering himself. "How can you be certain?" Holmes handed me back my stethoscope and ran his long, sensitive fingers along the wooden paneling of the baggage car wall. Observe these panels, gentlemen. They appear identical to the casual eye, but this section," he tapped a 4-foot-wide portion of the wall, "produces a subtly different sound when struck. The resonance indicates a space behind it, rather than the solid exterior of the car." I moved closer to examine the area Holmes indicated. True to his word, the wooden panels looked utterly ordinary, indistinguishable from those surrounding them. Even knowing what to look for, I could detect no visible seam or mechanism that might allow access to a hidden compartment. "But how was it operated?" I asked. "There's no visible handle or latch." "Therein lies the elegance of the design," Holmes replied, his voice taking on that particular intensity it always held when he was unraveling a particularly clever scheme. "The mechanism must be triggered from elsewhere, or perhaps activated by some sequence of pressures that appears entirely innocent to observers." His eyes scanned the car methodically. "Guard Dumont, how long have you been assigned to this particular baggage car?" The Frenchman considered the question. "This specific car?" "Perhaps 3 months, monsieur. It was recently refitted at the yards in Paris. New upholstery, fresh paint, improved heating system. The company rotates cars regularly for maintenance." "Refitted," Holmes repeated, seizing on the word. "And I would wager that the work was conducted by a seemingly reputable contractor who nevertheless employed several workers not usually on their payroll." Dumont looked startled. "I wouldn't know about that, monsieur." "No, you wouldn't," Holmes agreed. "The preparation for this operation has been meticulous and long-term, months in the planning." He turned to Fitzroy. "This was no opportunistic theft. Your adversaries knew precisely which diplomatic trunk would be transported, on which train, and arranged for this particular baggage car to be modified well in advance." Fitzroy's face had gone pale. "That would indicate a security breach of the highest order. The transportation schedules for diplomatic materials are among our most closely guarded secrets." "Indeed," Holmes murmured. "The implications are most troubling." He turned back to the wall, examining it inch by inch. "Ah, here we have it." He pointed to what appeared to be a small knothole in the wooden panelling, indistinguishable from several others scattered naturally throughout the car's interior. "This, I believe, is not a natural feature of the wood, but rather a disguised keyhole. Watson, my pick set, if you please." I reached into my coat pocket, where I had stowed the small leather case of lock-picking tools that Holmes had asked me to carry, a precaution that now seemed prescient. He selected a slender hook-shaped instrument and carefully inserted it into the knothole, manipulating it with the delicate precision of a surgeon. After several tense moments, there was a faint click, and a section of the wall, previously invisible in its perfect alignment, shifted inward by perhaps half an inch. "Voila," Holmes said softly, a note of satisfaction in his voice. He pressed his fingertips against the panel, which swung inward to reveal a compartment roughly 4 feet wide, 5 feet tall, and 3 feet deep, just large enough to accommodate Fitzroy's missing trunk, which sat there intact, its polished steel surface gleaming dully in the dim light. Fitzroy let out an audible sigh of relief and moved forward, but Holmes held up a restraining hand. "One moment, if you please. Let us first determine whether the compartment harbours any additional surprises." He examined the threshold carefully before reaching in with his handkerchief to test the interior surface of the hidden door. Finding nothing amiss, He then inspected the trunk itself without touching it. "It appears undisturbed," he announced, after a minute's examination. "The locks are intact, and I can see no evidence of tampering with the seals. However—" Holmes bent closer, his lens in hand, examining something on the trunk's surface that was invisible to my less trained eye. "What is it?" Fitzroy asked, anxiously. "A residue. Extremely fine metallic particles." Holmes straightened up. "Mr. Fitzroy, when you last inspected the trunk, did you verify the contents, or merely ensure that the locks and seals were intact?" Fitzroy frowned. "Protocol dictates a visual inspection of the seals and locks every 30 minutes. The contents are only verified at departure and arrival points, or if a seal appears compromised." Holmes nodded, his expression grave. "I thought as much. Watson, would you be so kind as to assist me in removing the trunk from this compartment? We must examine it more thoroughly." Together, we carefully extracted the heavy trunk and placed it on the floor of the baggage car, where Fitzroy immediately knelt to inspect his charge. His expression shifted from relief to concern as he examined the locks more closely. "These are not my locks," he said suddenly, his voice taut with alarm. "They are perfect replicas, but the serial numbers are wrong. This is not my trunk." Holmes did not appear surprised by this revelation. A substitution, then, rather than a simple theft. Ingenious. The real trunk was removed and replaced with this identical replica, presumably with false or worthless contents. The operation was not yet complete. They intended to swap the trunks back before Paris, leaving you none the wiser until you reached London and discovered the substitution. Fitzroy's face had gone ashen. "But when? How? I've been monitoring the trunk vigilantly since Dover." "The when is simple enough," Holmes replied. "The tunnel just before Amiens provided the perfect opportunity. Darkness, noise, and a brief period of disorientation for all passengers. As for the how—" He gestured to the false wall. "This compartment is the key. The original trunk was pulled into this space, while a replica was simultaneously pushed out to take its place. The chains, which were never unlocked, simply passed around both trunks during the exchange." I shook my head in amazement. "But surely such an operation would require multiple accomplices with access to the baggage car." "Precisely, Watson. Which brings us to the essential question." Holmes turned to Guard Dumont, his gaze suddenly sharp. "You claimed earlier that you alone have been responsible for this car since Calais. Yet clearly someone has had access without your knowledge, or perhaps with your cooperation." The guard's face flushed with indignation. "Monsieur, I assure you I have done nothing improper. My reputation with the company is beyond reproach." "Your reputation, yes," Holmes agreed. "But perhaps your circumstances have changed recently. A sudden financial difficulty, a family member in trouble, or possibly a past indiscretion that someone has threatened to expose." Dumont's reaction was immediate and telling. A momentary widening of the eyes, a flicker of panic quickly suppressed. I don't know what you mean." Holmes's voice softened slightly. "Mr. Dumont, I am not here to judge you or to cause you difficulty. But a matter of international security has been compromised, and I must understand exactly what has occurred. Whatever pressure was applied to you, I assure you that both the British and French governments will be more lenient if you cooperate now." The guard seemed to deflate before our eyes, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "My daughter," he said quietly. "She is in school, in Lyon, a prestigious academy I could never afford on my salary. 3 months ago, a man approached me saying he represented a benefactor who wished to anonymously support promising students. Her tuition was paid in full, with an allowance besides. He looked up, his expression torn between shame and defiance. I knew it was wrong to accept, but for my Elise, I would do anything. And in return, Holmes prompted gently, so little it seemed at first. To look the other way during certain maintenance procedures on this car. Later, to allow certain workers aboard without recording their presence. I told myself it was merely some smuggling operation, customs evasion, perhaps. I never imagined... He gestured helplessly at the diplomatic trunk. Who was this man? Can you describe him? Holmes asked. Tall, thin, with a scar along his jaw. He spoke French with a slight accent. German, I thought. He called himself Müller. I saw Holmes and Fitzroy exchange a significant glance at this description. And today, Holmes continued, what were your instructions regarding this journey? Dumont swallowed hard. I was to ensure that no one entered the baggage car during the tunnel before Amiens, except for a maintenance worker who would board at Boulogne. After that, I was to proceed as normal, performing my duties without alteration. This worker, was he the porter who boarded at Boulogne? The one who exchanged words with Petrov, I asked. The guard looked surprised. Yes, though I don't know this Petrov you mention. The man showed proper railway credentials. He entered the baggage car briefly during the tunnel, but when I checked afterward, everything appeared normal. Everything appeared normal, Holmes repeated thoughtfully. Because the substitution was so perfect that even Fitzroy's subsequent inspection didn't detect it. The chains remained in place, the locks looked identical, and the seals were perfectly duplicated. But what of the actual contents? I asked. Surely those could not be duplicated without a knowledge of what the trunk contained. That is the most disturbing aspect, Holmes agreed, turning to Fitzroy. Mr. Fitzroy, I think the time has come for greater transparency. What exactly does the trunk contain that merits such elaborate measures to obtain it? Fitzroy hesitated, his training and discretion warring visibly with the urgent need to recover the missing documents. Mr. Fitzroy, Holmes said firmly, I understand your reluctance, but consider that my brother Mycroft would not have involved me if absolute secrecy were possible to maintain. The operation is already compromised. Our only hope of rectifying the situation is to proceed with full knowledge of what we're seeking. After a moment's further hesitation, Fitzroy nodded curtly. The trunk contains diplomatic communications between London and St. Petersburg regarding a proposed treaty affecting spheres of influence in Afghanistan and the northwest frontier. The negotiations are at a critical stage, and certain parties would benefit greatly from knowledge of Britain's position before the formal conference next month. Which explains the presence of our Russian academic, I remarked. Perhaps, Holmes replied, though I suspect the matter is not so straightforward. The involvement of multiple agents from different nations suggests that more than one power has interest in these documents. He turned back to the guard. Mr. Dumont was the maintenance worker who boarded at Boulogne, the only person who accessed the baggage car during the journey. Dumont frowned in concentration. There was one other, a woman, elegantly dressed, who came to retrieve a hat-box shortly after we left Calais. She had the proper ticket and identification. Madame Lenoir, I said immediately. Indeed, Holmes agreed. Our cast of characters grows more interconnected. Schumas turned his attention to the replica trunk. Mr. Fitzroy, I believe we should examine the contents of this substitution to determine exactly what our adversaries intended you to deliver to London. Fitzroy produced a set of keys from an inner pocket of his coat and attempted to open the replica trunk's locks, with no success. As I suspected, he said grimly, the keys don't fit these locks, despite their identical appearance. Stand aside, Holmes said, retrieving his lockpicks once more. These may be sophisticated, but they are still mechanical devices subject to manipulation. It took Holmes several minutes of concentrated effort, but eventually each of the 3 locks yielded to his skilled fingers. Fitzroy lifted the lid to reveal the trunk's contents, stacks of official-looking documents, bound with red tape and bearing what appeared to be proper diplomatic seals. Forgeries, Fitzroy said after examining one bundle. Excellent ones, but forgeries nonetheless. The watermarks are slightly off, and the paper stock is not our standard diplomatic grade. Are they complete fabrications or altered versions of the genuine documents? Holmes asked, picking up one of the bundles and examining it closely. Fitzroy scanned several pages. Altered. The general form and much of the language is correct, but key provisions have been subtly modified. Anyone relying on these would enter negotiations at a significant disadvantage. Disinformation rather than simple theft, Holmes mused. A more sophisticated objective than I initially presumed. He carefully replaced the documents in the trunk. The question now becomes, where is the genuine trunk, and how do we recover it before it reaches unauthorized hands? The porter, the false maintenance worker, I suggested. He must have removed the original trunk during the tunnel passage. But how? Fitzroy objected. The train was in motion. Even if he managed to extract the trunk via this hidden compartment, he couldn't simply jump from a moving train with a 20-stone diplomatic trunk. Holmes was studying the false wall compartment again, this time paying particular attention to its floor. Watson, your opinion on this section of flooring? Your medical training gives you a particular sensitivity to abnormalities that might escape others. I knelt beside Holmes and examined the wooden planks that formed the floor of the hidden space. Unlike the rest of the baggage car floor, which was solid and uniform, these boards seemed somehow different, lighter in construction, perhaps. These aren't original to the car, I said, after a moment's examination. They've been installed more recently, and they're not as solidly fixed as the surrounding flooring. Holmes nodded approvingly. Precisely. And note this slight discoloration along the edges, evidence of frequent movement. I believe, gentlemen, that we are looking at a trap door. He pressed firmly on different sections of the compartment floor until, with a soft click, a 2-foot square section of planking came loose in his hands. Setting it aside, Holmes revealed an opening that led directly to the track bed below, currently rushing past at considerable speed. Good God, Fitzroy breathed. A drop delivery. Indeed, Holmes confirmed. A method occasionally employed by intelligence services and criminal organizations alike. The trunk would have been lowered through this opening during the tunnel, where an accomplice waited beside the tracks to retrieve it. The darkness would conceal the operation, and the tunnel's acoustics would mask any sound. But the train's speed, I began, would have been significantly reduced in the tunnel, Holmes finished. You'll recall that the guard mentioned maintenance work on that section of track. I strongly suspect that this maintenance was arranged specifically to slow the train at the critical moment. Fitzroy's face had taken on an expression of grim determination. We must alert the authorities immediately, if we telegraph ahead to Paris. I think not, Holmes interrupted. At least not yet. Consider that this operation has been months in the planning, with agents placed strategically throughout. We cannot know how deep the compromise extends, or who might intercept such a telegraph. Moreover, our adversaries do not yet know that their substitution has been discovered. That gives us a singular advantage. What do you suggest? Fitzroy asked. Holmes's eyes gleamed with that peculiar light that always signalled his mind was working at its highest capacity. We proceed to Paris as if nothing is amiss. You, Mr. Fitzroy, will continue your regular inspections of the replica trunk, showing no sign that you've detected the substitution. Watson and I will use the remaining journey to identify all participants in this scheme and, if possible, determine where the genuine trunk has been taken. And if we cannot recover it before Paris, Fitzroy's voice was tense with concern, then we shall pursue it beyond Paris, Holmes replied simply. The game is not over until the documents reach their ultimate destination, which I strongly suspect is neither Paris nor London, but some intermediate point where they can be examined, copied, and perhaps even returned without the theft ever being detected. I considered the audacity of such a plan, to steal sensitive documents, extract their intelligence value, and then return them before their absence was discovered. It spoke of a level of sophistication that went beyond ordinary espionage. Garde du Mont, Holmes said, turning to the Frenchman who had been listening to our exchange with increasing discomfort. I require your continued cooperation. You will perform your duties exactly as you normally would, giving no indication that anything is amiss. However, you will immediately report to me or Dr. Watson if any of the individuals we've discussed approaches you or attempts to access this car again. Dumont nodded, his expression a mixture of fear and relief. Yes, monsieur. I will do as you say. Excellent. Now we must replace this false floor panel and secure the hidden compartment exactly as we found it. Our advantage lies entirely in our adversaries' belief that their plan remains undetected. We worked quickly to restore the hidden compartment to its original state, with the replica trunk secured once more by the original chains. Holmes took particular care to ensure that the false wall panel closed with no visible evidence of our intrusion. Mr. Fitzroy, Holmes said as we prepared to return to our respective positions, I suggest you maintain your regular schedule of inspections. When next you check the trunk, you must show no sign that you've detected the substitution. Your acting skills will be crucial to our success. Fitzroy squared his shoulders. I understand. My training has prepared me for such eventualities. Watson and I will continue our surveillance of the suspects. With luck, their actions may reveal the next stage of their plan. Holmes turned to me. We should return to our compartments separately to avoid drawing attention. I'll go first. Follow after 3 minutes. As Holmes departed, Fitzroy spoke quietly to me. Dr. Watson, is your friend as capable as his reputation suggests? Mycroft Holmes spoke of him in the highest terms, but the recovery of these documents is a matter of national security. I met his concerned gaze steadily. Mr. Fitzroy, I have accompanied Sherlock Holmes on countless occasions over many years. I can state with complete confidence that if anyone can recover your missing documents, it is he. His methods may sometimes appear unorthodox, but his results are invariably remarkable. Fitzroy nodded, seemingly reassured. Then I shall follow his instructions and trust in his abilities. I checked my pocket watch, and, seeing that the prescribed 3 minutes had elapsed, took my leave of the baggage car. As I made my way back through the train toward our compartment, I passed Madame Lenoir's compartment, and noticed that it was now empty. This struck me as significant, and I made a mental note to inform Holmes immediately. The train had begun to slow again, and a glance out the window revealed that we were approaching another station, Creil, the last stop before Paris. This would be a critical moment if any of our suspects intended to disembark before the capital. They would do so here. I hurried back to our compartment, eager to share my observations with Holmes and to learn what his keen eyes had detected during our separation. The mystery of the vanishing trunk had been partially solved, but the greater challenge, recovering the genuine diplomatic documents before they could compromise national security, was only beginning. As I slid open the door to our shared compartment, I found Holmes already seated by the window, his hawk-like profile outlined against the passing landscape. He turned as I entered, and I saw from the intensity of his expression that he too had made significant observations during our brief separation. "Madame Lenoir has left her compartment," I reported immediately. "Yes," Holmes replied, "and our Russian academic is making preparations to disembark at Creil. The wine merchant, interestingly, appears to be doing the same." The web tightens, Watson. We are approaching the critical juncture. "What is our next move?" I asked, checking that my revolver was still easily accessible in my pocket. Holmes's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "We follow the documents, Watson. The genuine trunk is our priority now. I believe I know where it has been taken, but we must move quickly. The game is far from over, and our adversaries still believe they hold all the cards." The train began its final approach to Creil station, brakes squealing as we slowed to a halt. Through the window, I could see the bustling platform, crowded with travellers and railway staff, the perfect environment for a covert exchange or a discreet exit with stolen property. Somewhere in that crowd, I knew, was the next link in the chain that would lead us to the missing diplomatic trunk and the secrets it contained. The Creil station presented a tableau of organized chaos as our train hissed to a stop alongside the platform. Porters rushed to assist disembarking passengers, while vendors hawked newspapers and refreshments from small carts. It was the perfect environment for clandestine activities. Enough commotion to mask suspicious movements, yet sufficiently structured that unusual behavior wouldn't immediately draw attention. Holmes and I positioned ourselves at the windows of our compartment, observing as both Petrov and the wine merchant gathered their belongings and prepared to leave the train. Neither man acknowledged the other, maintaining the pretense of being strangers, despite what Holmes and I now understood to be a coordinated operation. "Note how carefully Petrov handles that portfolio," Holmes murmured beside me. "The way he clutches it suggests it contains something far more valuable than academic papers." "Instructions for the next phase of their operation, perhaps," I suggested. "Possibly, though I suspect it may contain something more immediately useful. forged documents, credentials, or perhaps currency for bribes. Holmes's eyes narrowed as he tracked the Russian's movements. Ah, and observe our wine merchant friend. See how he scans the platform before descending. He's looking for surveillance or potential threats. The practiced caution of a professional agent. Indeed, the wine merchant's casual glance across the station concourse betrayed, to those trained to recognize such things, a systematic assessment of his surroundings. He descended from the train only after completing this survey, moving with a deliberate casualness that seemed designed to avoid drawing attention. "Shall we follow them?" I asked, ready to gather our own modest luggage. Holmes considered the question briefly. "You will follow Petrov," he decided. "I shall track the wine merchant. We'll reconvene at the north exit of the station in 30 minutes. If either man boards another train or leaves the station, observe, but do not pursue alone. We must maintain contact with each other." "And what of Madame Lenoir?" I inquired, realizing we had not accounted for the third member of the conspiracy. "A curious development," Holmes replied. "She has not left her compartment. She has simply moved to another one, 4 carriages ahead. I observed her making the transfer during our stop at Amiens, disguised as a different passenger by the simple expedient of changing her hat and coat. She remains aboard, which suggests her role in this affair continues beyond Creel. This revelation demonstrated yet again Holmes's remarkable powers of observation. What had registered to me only as Madame Lenoir's absence from her original compartment had, to Holmes's discerning eye, revealed an entire tactical maneuver. We separated at the carriage door, Holmes disembarking first, while I lingered briefly to give him time to establish visual contact with the wine merchant. I then descended onto the platform and immediately spotted Petrov's slender figure moving toward the station's main hall, his leather portfolio clutched firmly under one arm. Maintaining a discreet distance, I followed the Russian academic through the crowded concourse, careful to use other passengers as screens between us. Years of working with Holmes had taught me the art of inconspicuous surveillance, though I would never claim to match my friend's almost supernatural to blend into any environment. Petrov moved with purpose, neither hurrying nor dawdling, his bearing that of a man with a clear destination in mind. He passed through the main hall and headed toward a row of private waiting rooms, reserved for first-class passengers. Pausing at the third door, he gave a quick glance around before entering. This presented me with a dilemma. Following him into the private room would immediately expose my surveillance. Yet, waiting outside might allow him to exit through another door or conclude whatever business brought him there without my knowledge. After a moment's consideration, I opted for a compromise approach. The waiting rooms had windows that looked out onto the platform, partially obscured by curtains, but not entirely concealed. I circled back to the platform and positioned myself where I could observe these windows while appearing to be merely waiting for a connection. From this vantage point, I had a partial view into the room Petrov had entered. What I saw confirmed our suspicions about the coordinated nature of the operation. Inside, Petrov was engaged in conversation with a man I recognized as the porter who had boarded at Boulogne, the false railway worker who had accessed the baggage car during the critical tunnel passage. They were bent over what appeared to be a map or diagram, their manner suggesting urgent consultation rather than casual exchange. The portfolio lay open on the table between them, and though I could not see its contents clearly, I observed Petrov removing what looked like several official documents bearing seals, likely the genuine papers from Fitzroy's diplomatic trunk. The porter examined these briefly before returning them to the portfolio, nodding in apparent satisfaction. Their meeting lasted perhaps 5 minutes before the porter gathered the portfolio and departed through another door, while Petrov remained in the waiting room. This development forced me to make a rapid decision. Should I continue monitoring Petrov or follow the porter who now carried what I strongly suspected were the stolen diplomatic documents? Recalling Holmes's instructions about not pursuing alone, I maintained my position, observing Petrov. The Russian academic appeared to be waiting for something or someone, checking his pocket watch periodically as the minutes passed. My patience was rewarded when, approximately 10 minutes later, a third figure entered the waiting room, the wine merchant whom Holmes had been following. This unexpected convergence suggested that Holmes too must be nearby, observing these developments. I scanned the platform discreetly, seeking any sign of my friend among the bustling travellers, but his talent for disguise and concealment made him invisible, even to my practised eye. The wine merchant's meeting with Petrov was brief, and appeared somewhat tense. There was an exchange of what looked like credentials or identification papers, after which the wine merchant departed, leaving through the same door the porter had used earlier. Petrov remained in the waiting room, though his demeanour had changed from watchful anticipation to a more relaxed posture, suggesting his part in the current phase of the operation was complete. With our agreed meeting time approaching, I made my way toward the north exit of the station, taking care to ensure I wasn't observed or followed. Holmes was already waiting when I arrived, though I nearly failed to recognize him. He had adopted the appearance of an elderly French provincial businessman, complete with a different coat, hat, and even a grey moustache that he must have applied during his surveillance. "Watson," he greeted me quietly as I approached, "you observed the meeting in the waiting room, I perceive." "Yes, though I'm surprised you weren't there yourself, following the wine merchant," I replied. A thin smile crossed Holmes's disguised features. I was otherwise engaged in tracking the true prize. The wine merchant led me on a brief but informative tour of the station before his meeting with Petrov. He first met with a station official, almost certainly a Confederate, who provided him with what appeared to be a key. He then proceeded to a storage area near the freight depot, where he unlocked a secured compartment. "The diplomatic trunk?" I asked eagerly. "Indeed." I observed him verifying its contents before securing it once more. He then continued his rendezvous with Petrov, presumably to confirm the success of that phase of the operation. "And the porter who left the waiting room with the portfolio?" "A courier tasked with delivering copies of the most sensitive documents to a local contact," Holmes explained. I briefly considered intercepting him, but decided the original documents take precedence. The trunk contains the complete diplomatic communications, while the portfolio likely holds only excerpts selected for immediate analysis. So our next move is to recover the trunk from the storage area. Holmes shook his head slightly. "Not immediately. The trunk is under observation by at least 2 agents, one disguised as a porter, the other as a ticket inspector. They're expecting an attempt to recover it. No, our best approach is to monitor the trunk until we determine its next destination. And that would be, based on the conversation I overheard between the wine merchant and the station official, the trunk is to be loaded onto the 4:15 express to Brussels. From there, I suspect it will continue eastward, ultimately bound for St. Petersburg. This information aligned with Fitzroy's description of the document's significance. Diplomatic communications regarding negotiations with Russia would naturally be of tremendous intelligence value to Russian agents. Should we not alert Fitzroy? I asked. He could arrange for authorities to intercept the trunk at Brussels. Holmes considered this briefly. Not yet. Recall that this operation has been meticulously planned over months, with agents placed throughout the railway system. Any official intervention risks being detected or even compromised. Moreover, our primary objective should be to identify all participants in this conspiracy, not merely recover the trunk. What do you propose, then? We shall board the Brussels Express ourselves, Holmes decided. Once underway, we can assess the security around the trunk and determine the safest moment to intervene. The confined environment of a train offers certain advantages for our purposes. Our conversation was interrupted by the distant sound of a train whistle. The Dover-Calais Express, preparing to depart for its final leg to Paris. We should inform Fitzroy of our intentions. I said he'll be concerned when we don't return to the train. Holmes nodded. I anticipated this need. He produced a telegram form from his pocket, already completed. This will be delivered to him upon the train's arrival in Paris. It contains instructions to maintain his role while awaiting further communication from us. I marvelled, as I often did, at my friend's capacity to think several steps ahead of events. While I had been focused on the immediate surveillance of Petrov, Holmes had already planned our next moves and arranged communications. We have approximately 2 hours before the Brussels Express departs. Holmes continued. Time enough to prepare adequately for the next phase of our pursuit. Prepare how, exactly? I asked, somewhat concerned about our lack of luggage or appropriate attire for an unexpected journey to Brussels. Holmes's eyes twinkled with that familiar light that always accompanied his more audacious plans. A visit to the station's left luggage office and a brief shopping expedition in Creel should suffice. We require her appropriate identities for the Brussels journey, something that will allow us to move freely about the train without arousing suspicion. The next hour passed in a whirlwind of activity, as Holmes executed his preparations with characteristic thoroughness. From the station's lost property office, he somehow procured a small valise containing clothing that could be adapted to our needs. A quick visit to a haberdasher in the town provided additional items to complete our disguises. Railway inspectors. Holmes explained as we donned the appropriate uniforms in a discreet corner of the station washroom. Recently transferred from the Southern Line to assist with a security review of international routes, a cover that will explain both our unfamiliar faces and our interest in examining all aspects of the train, including the baggage areas. The transformation was remarkable. Holmes had an actor's gift for inhabiting a character completely, and within minutes his entire bearing had shifted to reflect the officious confidence of a career railway man. My own metamorphosis was less dramatic, but sufficient for our purposes, particularly as Holmes intended me to play a subordinate role in our fabricated identities. "Remember, Watson," Holmes instructed as we made our way toward the platform, where the Brussels Express would soon arrive. "Maintain an air of routine professional interest. The agents guarding the trunk will be watching for anyone showing particular attention to it. Our advantage lies in appearing to have a legitimate reason for examining all cargo, and once we've located the trunk, we observe first. I wish to identify all operatives involved before we attempt recovery. The trunk will be closely watched during the journey, but there may be a moment, perhaps during a border inspection or meal service, when security is temporarily reduced. The Brussels Express arrived precisely on schedule. A sleek modern train that served as a vital link in the European rail network. We positioned ourselves on the platform, clipboards in hand, maintaining the pretense of conducting routine inspections as passengers boarded and luggage was loaded. My pulse quickened as I observed the station porters wheeling a familiar steel trunk toward the baggage car. The diplomatic trunk was unmistakable, its distinctive design and triple locking system identifying it clearly, despite the railway labels that had been affixed to disguise its official nature. As Holmes had predicted, the trunk was accompanied by multiple attendants. The wine merchant himself supervised its loading, while the false porter and another man I hadn't previously seen maintained positions offering clear views of the baggage car. Their coordinated movements betrayed their connection to the operation, though no casual observer would have detected anything unusual in their behavior. 3 visible security elements, Holmes murmured, as we made a show of examining the coupling between carriages. Almost certainly others aboard the train we haven't yet identified. A substantial commitment of personnel, suggesting the extreme value placed on these documents. Or perhaps fear that the substitution has been discovered, I suggested. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. A valid consideration. They may be accelerating their timetable as a precaution. All the more reason for us to proceed carefully. Once the trunk was secured in the baggage car, we boarded the train, moving with the confident authority of railway officials conducting their duties. Holmes led us directly to the baggage car, where our uniforms granted immediate access. Inspection of secure cargo handling procedures, Holmes explained to the actual baggage attendant in flawless French, flashing a set of credentials that looked impressively official despite having been acquired less than an hour earlier. Recent irregularities on the Paris route have prompted a security review of all international services. The attendant, a young man who appeared somewhat overwhelmed by his responsibilities, accepted this explanation without question and granted us free access to the car. This allowed Holmes to conduct a thorough examination of the baggage area while maintaining our cover. The diplomatic trunk had been positioned in a secure corner of the car, chained to the floor, much as it had been on the Dover-Calais Express. Its placement offered limited access, with any approach clearly visible to the baggage attendant's position, a tactical consideration that suggested the young man might himself be part of the conspiracy, or at least paid to observe the trunk. Holmes completed a meticulous inspection of the entire car, paying particular attention to the walls and floor surrounding the trunk. I understood he was checking for any hidden compartments, similar to the one that had facilitated the original theft. But his expression revealed nothing to the watching attendant. "Everything appears to be in order," Holmes announced finally. "We'll continue our inspection of the passenger carriages. You may expect random follow-up checks throughout the journey." The attendant nodded, visibly relieved that our inspection had concluded without incident. As we exited the baggage car, Holmes whispered, "Did you observe his hands?" "The attendant's?" "No, nothing particular about them. Cigarette stains on the right index and middle fingers, but of a distinctive yellow hue produced by Russian tobacco, the same brand I noticed the wine merchant smoking earlier. Not conclusive evidence of complicity, but suggestive of shared resources or recent close contact." We proceeded through the passenger carriages, maintaining our pretense of a security inspection, while Holmes systematically identified the various agents involved in the operation. His trained eye detected subtle signs invisible to ordinary observation, a particular way of sitting that suggested military training, the slight bulge of a concealed weapon, patterns of eye movement that revealed surveillance activity. 6 operatives in total, Holmes concluded as we completed our circuit of the train. The wine merchant appears to be the mission commander, with the others serving specific roles: surveillance, security, and technical support. A sophisticated operation with redundant systems. Recovering the trunk will not be simple. "Shall we attempt it before the border crossing?" I asked, aware that once the train entered Belgium, our ability to involve British authorities would be significantly complicated. Holmes considered this question as we made our way to the dining car, where we could converse without arousing suspicion. Once seated with coffee before us, he outlined his assessment. "The current security arrangement presents minimal opportunities," he explained. "The baggage car is continuously monitored, with agents positioned to observe all approaches. A direct recovery attempt would likely fail and alert the entire network to our involvement." "What alternative do we have?" I pressed, conscious of the diplomatic significance of the stolen documents. "Patience, Watson," Holmes replied, his eyes taking on that distant look that indicated his mind was working through multiple scenarios simultaneously. "The Brussels station will necessitate a reconfiguration of their security arrangements. The trunk must be transferred either to another train or to a temporary holding location. That transition will present our best opportunity. And if they detect our presence before then—" "They won't," Holmes said with quiet confidence. "Our current disguise is effective, and we have the advantage of knowing their identities while remaining unknown to them. Nevertheless, we should separate periodically to reduce the risk of drawing attention. I suggest you return to the sleeper carriage and rest for an hour while I continue reconnaissance. We'll need our full faculties for what lies ahead." I agreed to this plan, recognizing the wisdom in conserving energy for what would likely be a challenging confrontation. As I made my way to the sleeper carriage, I reflected on the extraordinary series of events that had transformed what should have been a routine diplomatic courier mission into an international conspiracy of remarkable complexity. The sleeper compartment Holmes had somehow secured for our use was modest, but comfortable, positioned with a clear view of the corridor leading to the baggage car. Another example of my friend's meticulous attention to tactical advantage. I settled onto the narrow bunk, not expecting to actually sleep, but willing to rest, as Holmes had suggested. To my surprise, I must have dozed off, for I was startled awake. by Holmes's quiet entry into the compartment. The quality of light through the window had changed, suggesting that at least an hour had passed. "Any developments?" I asked, immediately alert. "Several, and most intriguing," Holmes replied, his expression animated with that particular energy that always accompanied significant progress in a case. "I've identified 2 additional players in our drama, a Belgian customs official who boarded at the last stop, and a woman I believe to be the actual coordinator of the entire operation. A woman, Madame Lenoir, who remained on the train to Paris." Holmes shook his head. "No, though I suspect they are colleagues. This woman joined the train at the same stop as the customs official. She travels as Lady Witherspoon, an English widow returning from a continental tour, but her accent betrays Eastern European origins beneath the practiced English pronunciation. Russian?" I suggested, recalling the diplomatic document's relevance to Anglo-Russian negotiations. "Perhaps, though I would guess Romanian, or possibly Hungarian, based on certain phonetic particularities." Holmes seated himself opposite me, lowering his voice, though we were alone in the compartment. "The most significant development, however, is what I observed during a brief conversation with our wine merchant friend in the smoking car. You spoke directly with him." I couldn't hide my astonishment at this audacious move. Our railway inspector cover provided the perfect pretext for casual conversation about security procedures, Holmes explained. During our exchange, he received a telegram delivered by the train's conductor. His reaction upon reading it was most informative. A momentary widening of the eyes, a tightening of the jaw muscles, and an immediate excuse to terminate our conversation. "What do you think it contained?" "News that the substitution has been discovered," Holmes said gravely. "Fitzroy must have detected the forgeries upon closer examination, despite our instructions to maintain the pretense of ignorance. This significantly alters the tactical situation." "They'll accelerate their timeline," I reasoned, seeing the implications immediately. "Precisely. And they may well attempt to eliminate potential pursuit, meaning that our cover identities have likely become far more important than we anticipated." Holmes checked his pocket watch. "We are approximately 40 minutes from Brussels. I expect they will now attempt to remove the trunk during the confusion of arrival, rather than proceeding to a more distant destination." "Then we must act before they reach Brussels," I concluded, my hand instinctively moving toward the pocket containing my revolver. "Yes, though not with direct confrontation. The odds remain unfavorable with 6 trained agents against our 2. Holmes's brow furrowed in concentration. "We require a stratagem that separates them from the trunk without alerting them to our true purpose." As Holmes fell silent, his mind clearly racing through possibilities, I found myself once again marveling at the composure with which he approached even the most dangerous situations. Where other men might succumb to anxiety or rush into ill-considered action, Holmes maintained a cool, analytical detachment that allowed him to perceive solutions invisible to others. "I have it," he announced suddenly, his eyes lighting with that particular gleam that always accompanied his most brilliant inspirations. "Watson, how confident are you in your ability to create a convincing medical emergency?" "A medical emergency?" I echoed, immediately grasping the direction of Holmes's thinking. "Yes, I believe I could manage that convincingly enough. What do you have in mind?" something sufficiently dramatic to draw attention and personnel away from the baggage car, yet not so severe as to force an unscheduled stop, Holmes replied, his mind clearly racing ahead to construct the entire plan. Perhaps a passenger suffering acute respiratory distress, alarming enough to require immediate medical attention, yet potentially manageable without halting the train. I nodded, mentally reviewing the symptoms I would need to simulate, or, more likely, coach another to display. And who is to be our patient? The wine merchant himself, Holmes said with a thin smile. A rather poetic justice, don't you think? The commander of this operation was removed from his post at the critical moment by an apparent medical crisis. The audacity of the plan was characteristic of Holmes, targeting the leader directly, rather than merely creating a general diversion. By removing the central coordinator from the equation, we would not only gain access to the trunk, but also disrupt the chain of command among the conspirators. How do you propose to induce such symptoms without administering an actual substance? I asked, concerned about crossing the line from deception into something potentially harmful. Holmes reached into his pocket and produced a small vial of clear liquid. A simple compound of my own devising, harmless but most effective for our purposes. When added to a hot beverage, it produces symptoms similar to an acute asthmatic attack, respiratory difficulty, a flushed face, evident distress. The effects are dramatic, but temporary, lasting approximately 15 to 20 minutes before gradually subsiding with no lasting consequences. I examined the vial with professional interest. And the delivery method? That will require precise timing and a touch of theatrical distraction, Holmes explained. The wine merchant takes his coffee in the dining car at regular intervals, most recently at 20 minutes before each hour. He has established this pattern throughout the journey, likely as a means of maintaining predictable communication opportunities with his team. So we intercept him during his next coffee ritual. Not intercept, but rather enhance his beverage when his attention is momentarily diverted. Holmes checked his pocket watch. We have approximately 18 minutes until his next appearance in the dining car. Time enough to position ourselves appropriately and prepare the final elements of our strategy. Holmes outlined the complete plan as we made our way toward the dining car, each of us adopting the confident stride of railway officials going about their routine duties. His scheme was elegantly simple in concept, yet required precise execution. A momentary distraction, a quick addition to the wine merchant's coffee, and then a medical emergency, requiring the immediate attention of a doctor, a role I would naturally assume given my profession. "Remember, Watson," Holmes murmured as we entered the dining car and selected a table with a clear view of both entrances. "Once the compound takes effect, the wine merchant's confederates will be alert for any sign of foul play. Your medical intervention must appear both spontaneous and genuinely concerned. Any hint of premeditation would alert them to our true purpose." "I understand," I assured him, settling into my role as we ordered coffee and surveyed the car's occupants. Though I still don't see how this provides us access to the trunk. Surely at least one agent will remain on guard despite the emergency. "Indeed," Holmes agreed. "That is why the medical crisis is only the first movement in our symphony. The second requires a technical element for which we are fortuitously prepared." From his pocket, Holmes produced a small metal object that resembled a railway coupling pin, but with subtle modifications to its structure. This device, when inserted into the connection between the baggage car and its adjacent passenger carriage, creates the impression of an imminent coupling failure, a potentially catastrophic situation requiring immediate attention from all railway personnel. "Good Lord," I exclaimed softly, impressed by the thoroughness of his preparations. "When did you acquire such a specialized tool?" A hint of a smile crossed Holmes's features. "I made a brief visit to the locomotive while you were resting. The engineer proved most informative regarding the technical vulnerabilities of this particular model of train. The device itself I fashioned from materials in the maintenance compartment." Before I could express further admiration for his ingenuity, Holmes's attention shifted to the dining car's entrance. "Our principal actor arrives," he murmured. "Observe, but do not stare." The wine merchant entered with the casual confidence of a man accustomed to command, nodding to the dining car attendant, who immediately moved to prepare his regular order without being asked. A creature of habit, as Holmes had observed, which made him vulnerable to our stratagem. As the attendant placed a steaming cup of coffee before him, the wine merchant withdrew a newspaper and began to read, positioning himself so that he maintained peripheral vision of both the car's entrances and its other occupants. It was the behavior of a trained operative, alert, without appearing vigilant, casual, yet completely aware of his surroundings. "The stage is set," Holmes murmured. "Now we require our moment of distraction." As if summoned by his words, the opportunity presented itself in the form of a commotion at the far end of the dining car. A passenger had knocked over a water glass, causing the attendant to rush over with napkins. In that brief moment when all eyes naturally turned toward the minor disruption, Holmes made his move. It happened so quickly that even I, watching specifically for it, barely detected the motion, a smooth, economical movement that took him past the wine merchant's table, where his hand momentarily descended near the coffee cup, before continuing onward, as if he was simply making his way toward the commotion. By the time the wine merchant's attention returned to his surroundings, Holmes was several steps beyond his table, his expression one of mild interest in the spill being cleaned up. We returned to our own table, where Holmes resumed our conversation about railway security protocols as if nothing had occurred. Approximately 3 minutes later, our plan bore fruit with dramatic effect. The wine merchant's first sign of distress was subtle, a slight clearing of the throat, a minor adjustment of his collar. But within moments, the symptoms accelerated precisely as Holmes had predicted. His breathing became visibly labored, his face flushed with alarming rapidity, and he clutched at his chest in evident distress. When he attempted to stand, he staggered, knocking his newspaper to the floor and drawing immediate attention from nearby passengers. "The gentleman appears unwell," Holmes remarked loudly. "Dr. Wilson, perhaps your medical expertise is required." Taking my cue, I rose and hurried to the wine merchant's side, the very picture of professional concern. "Please, sir, sit down and try to remain calm. I am a physician. Allow me to help you." The wine merchant's distress appeared too genuine for him to question my sudden appearance or offer. His eyes were wide with alarm as he struggled to draw breath, his fingers clutching reflexively at his shirt front. I made a show of checking his pulse and respiration, my expression grave but composed. "This man is having a severe respiratory episode," I announced to the growing crowd of concerned onlookers. "I need space and quiet." Someone informed the train staff immediately. As I had anticipated, word spread rapidly through the train. Within moments, the wine merchant's confederates began to appear. First, the false porter, then the Belgian customs official, and finally, the woman Holmes had identified as Lady Witherspoon. Each maintained their respective covers while finding pretexts to approach and assess the situation, their concern appearing genuine to casual observers, but betraying to Holmes's trained eye their true connection to the stricken man. "His condition is concerning but stable," I informed them, playing my role to perfection. "I believe it may be an acute asthmatic attack, possibly triggered by something in his food or drink. He requires continued monitoring and a calm environment. Perhaps he should be moved to his private compartment," suggested Lady Witherspoon, her English accent impeccable, despite the Eastern European origins Holmes had detected. "An excellent suggestion," I agreed. "But he'll need assistance walking, and I should accompany him to ensure his condition doesn't deteriorate." This arrangement, as Holmes had anticipated, effectively removed 3 key members of the conspiracy from their stations: the wine merchant himself, the false porter who helped support him, and Lady Witherspoon, who led the way to his compartment. The Belgian customs official hesitated briefly before following, clearly torn between his duty to his commander and his assignment to monitor the diplomatic trunk. As we departed the dining car with our improvised medical evacuation, I caught Holmes's eye momentarily. He gave me the slightest of nods before slipping away in the opposite direction, toward the baggage car, where the second phase of our plan would now commence. The wine merchant's private compartment was located in the first-class carriage, a well-appointed space that reflected his cover identity as a successful businessman. As we settled him onto the comfortable seat, his breathing remained labored but, as Holmes had promised, showed no signs of truly dangerous distress. I maintained my professional demeanor, taking his pulse periodically and offering reassuring comments about his gradual improvement. Lady Witherspoon remained by his side, her concern appearing genuine, though her eyes occasionally darted to the corridor with evident anxiety. The false porter positioned himself near the door, ostensibly to prevent disturbances, but clearly serving as a lookout. The customs official, after briefly observing the situation, murmured something to a Lady Witherspoon before departing, presumably to check on the diplomatic trunk. "I believe the worst has passed," I announced, after approximately 10 minutes of monitoring. "His colour is improving, and his breathing is becoming less laboured. These attacks, while frightening, often resolve themselves with proper rest." The wine merchant, who had been unable to speak during the peak of his symptoms, managed a hoarse whisper. "What caused this?" "Difficult to say with certainty," I replied, maintaining my medical persona. "An allergic reaction, perhaps, or an underlying respiratory condition exacerbated by railway conditions, the dry air, coal smoke, perhaps even dust from the upholstery. I would recommend a thorough examination when you reach your destination." My patient nodded weakly, though I detected a flicker of suspicion crossing his features as his faculties gradually returned. Lady Witherspoon leaned closer to him, murmuring something in a language I didn't recognize. Russian, perhaps, or one of the Eastern European tongues, Holmes had suggested. Whatever she said caused the wine merchant's eyes to widen momentarily before he composed his expression. "Thank you, Doctor," he managed, his voice stronger, though still strained. "Your assistance has been most valuable." The peculiar emphasis he placed on the final word sent a chill of warning through me. Something in our plan had gone awry. Perhaps they had received word from the baggage car, or maybe Lady Witherspoon had recognized me despite our disguises. Whatever the cause, I sensed that our deception was in danger of unraveling. My suspicion was confirmed moments later when the customs official returned, ostensibly to check on the pedant's condition, but conveying with a subtle hand gesture some message to his confederates. The false porter's posture shifted almost imperceptibly, his right hand moving to rest near what I suspected was a concealed weapon. "I believe I should fetch some water for the patient," I said, rising from my seat with deliberate calmness. Proper hydration is essential in these cases. "No need, Doctor," Lady Witherspoon replied, her smile not reaching her eyes. "I've already sent for refreshments. Please remain with us. Your expertise has been so illuminating." The trap was closing around me. I found myself in a compartment with 3 trained agents who, if not yet certain of my true identity, were sufficiently suspicious to prevent my departure. My revolver was accessible in my pocket, but drawing it would mean abandoning all pretense and potentially triggering immediate violence in a confined space filled with innocent passengers. I had no way of knowing how Holmes's efforts at the baggage car were progressing, or whether he had successfully secured the diplomatic trunk. Our plan had accounted for my detaining the conspiracy's leadership with the medical emergency, but not for effectively becoming their prisoner in the process. The tension in the compartment was palpable as we maintained our respective facades. They continued to play the roles of concerned travellers, I persisting with my medical impersonation, all while each of us knew that the truth hovered just beneath this thin veneer of civility. The wine merchant had recovered enough to sit upright, though he continued to breathe with deliberate care. His eyes, however, had lost their panicked glaze, and now observed me with calculating assessment. "Tell me, Doctor," he said in his accented French, "what brought you to this particular train today?" "Professional business, perhaps." "A railway security inspection," I replied, maintaining our cover story. "My colleague and I were assigned to review protocols following some irregularities on the Paris routes." "How fascinating," he remarked, exchanging a meaningful glance with the Lady Witherspoon. "And this colleague of yours, where might he be conducting his inspections currently?" Before I could formulate a suitably vague response, the train's whistle sounded, a long, urgent blast followed by the unmistakable sensation of emergency braking. The sudden deceleration sent us lurching forward, the false porter nearly losing his balance as he braced against the compartment door. "What's happening?" demanded Lady Witherspoon, her cultivated English accent slipping slightly in her alarm. "Coupling failure," the false porter reported, after peering out into the corridor, where passengers were emerging from their compartments in confusion. "There's an announcement being made, something about the baggage car connection becoming unstable." I recognized Holmes's handiwork immediately, the second phase of our plan executed to perfection. The fake coupling malfunction he had engineered would not only create widespread confusion, but would specifically draw attention and personnel to the area adjacent to the diplomatic trunk. The wine merchant's face darkened with understanding. "Check the cargo," he ordered sharply, abandoning all pretense of his cover identity. "Immediately." The false porter hesitated, torn between his guard duty over me and the urgent command from his superior. "Go," the wine merchant insisted. "We have the doctor well in hand." As the porter departed, I knew my situation had deteriorated from suspicious observation to direct confrontation. The wine merchant rose to his feet. All signs of respiratory distress now vanished as the compound's effects subsided completely. "You are not a railway inspector," he stated flatly, reaching into his jacket, where I had no doubt a weapon was waiting. "And I very much doubt you are merely a physician. The question is, who are you working for? British intelligence? The French?" "I assure you, I am exactly what I claim to be," I maintained, acutely aware of how precarious my position had become. "If there has been some misunderstanding—" "Enough pretense," Lady Witherspoon cut in, her voice now carrying a distinct Hungarian accent, as Holmes had surmised. "We know the substitution was discovered. The only question remaining is how much you know about our operation and who else is aware." The train had come to a complete stop, the sudden silence amplifying the tension in our compartment. Through the window, I could see we had halted in open countryside, presumably between stations where the engineer had determined it was safe to address the apparent coupling malfunction. It was at this precise moment, with the wine merchant's hand withdrawing what appeared to be a small revolver from his jacket, that our compartment door slid open with explosive force, revealing not the returning porter, but Sherlock Holmes himself, accompanied by a contingent of uniformed Belgian frontier police. "I believe you are holding my colleague against his will," Holmes announced calmly, as the Belgian officers moved swiftly to secure the wine merchant and Lady Witherspoon. The transformation in my friend was remarkable. Gone was the railway inspector disguise, replaced by the confident authority of a man who had successfully orchestrated a complex counter-operation. The wine merchant's face betrayed first shock, then grudging admiration as he was relieved of his weapon and handcuffed. "Mycroft's work, I presume," he said, addressing Holmes directly. "My brother provided the introduction," Holmes replied cryptically. "The execution, however, was entirely our own endeavour." As the officers escorted our prisoners from the compartment, Holmes turned to me with evident relief. "You appear unharmed, Watson, though I suspect the conversation was becoming rather uncomfortable." "Increasingly so," I agreed, finally relaxing my tense posture. "Your timing, as ever, was impeccable. But how did you manage to summon Belgian authorities so promptly?" Holmes's eyes gleamed with that particular satisfaction that always accompanied the successful resolution of a complex problem. "I didn't summon them. They were already aboard. The Belgian intelligence service has been tracking this operation independently of Mycroft's concerns. When I identified myself to their commanding officer and explained our situation, they were most eager to cooperate." "Then the diplomatic trunk is secure?" "Indeed. Currently under heavy guard in the baggage car, with its contents verified as authentic and intact." Holmes gestured for me to follow him. "Come, I believe you should see the full scope of what we've uncovered." We made our way through the now stationary train, passing confused passengers being reassured by railway staff that the delay was temporary and due to a mechanical issue that was already being resolved. In truth, I later learned, the mechanical issue had been entirely fabricated as part of Holmes's stratagem, with the full cooperation of both the railway authorities and the Belgian police. The baggage car presented a scene of remarkable activity when we arrived. No fewer than 6 Belgian officers were cataloguing evidence, while a distinguished gentleman in civilian clothes supervised the process. The diplomatic trunk stood open in the centre of the car, its contents being carefully documented by a clerk. Detective Inspector Maes of Belgian State Security. Holmes introduced the civilian supervisor. Inspector, this is my colleague Dr. Watson, whose medical diversionary tactics proved most effective. The Belgian nodded respectfully. Your colleague has explained your ingenious approach, Doctor. Most impressive improvisation. The true ingenuity lies not in our methods, but in the operation we disrupted, Holmes corrected, directing our attention to the false wall compartment, which now stood fully exposed. Watson, observe what our friends had constructed here. I approached the hidden compartment, noting that the Belgian officers had removed the entire panel to reveal the sophisticated mechanism behind it. What had appeared from the outside as a simple sliding panel was in fact an elegantly engineered system of counterweights and spring-loaded locks designed to open silently and close automatically after use. Remarkable craftsmanship, I observed, but how did they manage to substitute the trunks so perfectly? The original was chained to the floor. Holmes indicated a section of the floor within the hidden compartment. Note these grooves in the floor planking. They allowed the compartment to extend temporarily beneath the chained trunk, creating a space where both the original and the replica could exist simultaneously. The chains remained locked throughout, simply encompassing both trunks during the brief transition. Inspector Maes joined us, adding, "We believe this mechanism was developed by this man." He handed Holmes a photograph of a thin, scholarly-looking individual I didn't recognize. Anton Vladic, formerly an engineer with the Hungarian State Railways, more recently employed by various intelligence services for his technical expertise. His specialty is creating hidden compartments in transportation vehicles. Fascinating, Holmes remarked, studying the photograph. I would very much like to interview this gentleman, though I suspect he is nowhere near this train. Correct, the inspector confirmed. According to our intelligence, he completed the modifications months ago and departed. The operation has been in planning for at least that long. Holmes turned his attention back to the diplomatic trunk. And the documents? Have you verified their significance? Maes nodded gravely. Just as your Mr. Fitzroy described, diplomatic communications regarding the upcoming negotiations between Britain and Russia. Had these fallen into unauthorized hands, the strategic consequences would have been severe. Not merely for Britain, Holmes observed. Belgium's position as a neutral nation depends heavily on the balance of power among the greater European nations. Any significant shift in Anglo-Russian relations would have repercussions here as well. Precisely why we had our own operation in progress, Maes agreed. Though I admit, your intervention accelerated matters considerably. As we conversed, a railway engineer arrived to inspect the coupling that Holmes had allegedly tampered with. Finding nothing actually wrong with the mechanism, Holmes, having removed his device during the commotion, he declared the train safe to proceed. Inspector Mize, however, requested a brief further delay. "We have captured 6 members of this conspiracy," he explained, "but our intelligence suggests a 7th, a coordinator who typically remains at a distance from the actual operation." Holmes's eyes narrowed with interest. "A coordinator? Can you describe this individual?" "Unfortunately, no. We have only code names from intercepted communications. This person is referred to simply as the Professor." I noticed Holmes's sudden stillness, a reaction so subtle that only someone who knew him as well as I did would have detected it. The title clearly held significance for him, though he made no comment on it. "The remaining conspirators are being thoroughly interrogated," Mize continued. "With luck, we may learn more about this professor and the broader network. I should very much appreciate being kept informed of any discoveries in that regard," Holmes said, his voice carefully neutral. "My brother Mycroft would also value such intelligence." As the train prepared to resume its journey to Brussels, now with a contingent of Belgian security personnel aboard, Holmes and I returned to our compartment. Only when we were alone did I venture to ask about his reaction to the mention of the Professor. "It may be nothing," Holmes said, gazing thoughtfully out the window at the Belgian countryside. "A common code name, perhaps, or simply a coincidence. Yet. You suspect it might be related to Moriarty?" I asked quietly, naming the criminal mastermind who had once been Holmes's greatest adversary. "Moriarty is dead, Watson, as you well know. We both witnessed his fall at Reichenbach." Holmes's voice was firm, yet I detected the slightest note of uncertainty. But his organization was vast, his influence far-reaching. "It is not inconceivable that some fragment of his network survives, perhaps even flourishes, under new leadership. As I sit here now, 3 years removed from that remarkable adventure aboard the Dover-Calais Express, the fire in my study hearth casting its warm glow across these pages, I find myself reflecting on how the seemingly simple task of transporting diplomatic documents became an international chess game of extraordinary complexity. The rain continuing to beat against my windows only strengthens the vivid recollections of those tense hours spent pursuing a vanished trunk across the Channel and into Belgium. Our journey concluded not in Brussels as originally planned, but rather with an unexpected detour to London, where Mycroft Holmes himself awaited our arrival with a recovered diplomatic trunk. The reunion between the Holmes brothers at Victoria Station remains etched in my memory, a study in contrasting personalities united by formidable intellect. "You've exceeded expectations, Sherlock," Mycroft had remarked, his usual reserve briefly giving way to genuine appreciation. "The Belgian authorities report that 6 agents are in custody, and the trunk's contents remain secure and uncompromised." Holmes, ever modest about his achievements, merely nodded. "The operation was more extensive than your initial briefing suggested, brother. The resources devoted to this theft indicate its extraordinary importance to someone beyond the obvious Russian interests." Mycroft's expression darkened momentarily. "Yes, the mention of this professor character is concerning. Rest assured, I have people investigating the matter thoroughly." What followed was a private debriefing at Mycroft's Whitehall office, where Holmes recounted the entire affair in precise detail. I observed that Mycroft, unlike most who heard Holmes explain his deductive processes, required no simplification or clarification. The elder Holmes absorbed information at a rate that matched his brother's ability to provide it. A meeting of compatible minds rarely witnessed. The use of a false wall compartment in the baggage car represents a significant evolution in techniques, Mycroft noted, examining the diagrams Holmes had sketched. Previously, such operations typically relied on simple substitution during transfers between vehicles. This approach, maintaining the illusion that the original trunk remained in place throughout, suggests a more sophisticated methodology. And a longer preparation timeline, Holmes added. The modifications to that particular baggage car would have required advanced knowledge of Fitzroy's scheduled journey and route, information that should have been known to very few individuals. Indeed, Mycroft's expression grew grave. This suggests a security breach at the highest levels. We have already begun a discreet internal investigation. I would look particularly at any personnel with connections to Hungary or Romania, Holmes suggested. The woman using the identity Lady Witherspoon carried herself with the distinctive posture taught at certain Eastern European finishing schools, and her accent, when she abandoned her English pretense, suggested Budapest or perhaps Transylvania. The brothers continued their analysis, dissecting every aspect of the conspiracy with methodical precision. I contributed my observations regarding the wine merchant's behavior during his feigned medical crisis, noting how his training had allowed him to maintain composure even while experiencing genuine respiratory distress. Professional agents of the highest caliber, Mycroft agreed. Not typical Russian intelligence personnel. This has the hallmarks of a specialized independent group. Mercenaries, then, I suggested. Of a sort, Holmes replied thoughtfully. Though motivated by ideology as much as financial gain, I suspect. The wine merchant's bearing and linguistic patterns suggested military training, specifically from the Austro-Hungarian officer corps. Yet his operational methods were distinctly non-military, adaptive, improvisational, a man who had left formal service but retained his training and discipline. As the debriefing concluded, Mycroft thanked us for our service with uncharacteristic warmth. The diplomatic consequences of losing those documents would have been significant. You have both rendered your country a great service, gentlemen. One which, I presume, will never appear in the public record, Holmes remarked with a wry smile. Naturally, Mycroft confirmed, though I understand Dr. Watson's literary efforts require material, this particular adventure must remain unchronicled. I assured him of my discretion, a promise I've maintained faithfully until now, recording these events only in my private journal, where they shall remain secure from public view. In the weeks following our return to London, Holmes pursued several inquiries regarding the mysterious professor mentioned by the Belgian authorities. These investigations yielded little concrete information, though Holmes appeared unsurprised by this outcome. If this entity is indeed connected to Moriarty's former organization, he explained one evening, as we sat by the fire at Baker Street, then we are dealing with a shadow deliberately cast across multiple countries, visible only by the faintest outlines of its influence. You truly believe Moriarty's network survived him? I asked, remembering the chilling encounter at Reichenbach Falls years earlier. Holmes stared into the dancing flames, his expression distant. Moriarty created something more enduring than a mere criminal enterprise, Watson. He established a methodology, an approach to orchestrating criminal activities that transcended any single individual. Whether this professor is a literal successor or merely an imitator adopting a potent symbolic title, the principle remains concerning. Looking back now, I recognize that adventure as the beginning of Holmes's renewed interest in the remnants of Moriarty's organization, an interest that would eventually lead us to several other cases I have documented elsewhere. The Vanishing Luggage affair, while never publicly acknowledged, represented a crucial turning point in Holmes's understanding of how international intrigue and criminal enterprise had evolved in the post-Moriarty era. What remains most vivid in my memory, however, is not the technical brilliance of the theft or the political implications of the stolen documents, but rather the remarkable collaboration between the Holmes brothers. Their relationship had always fascinated me. Two extraordinary minds connected by blood, yet separated by temperament and lifestyle. During this case, I glimpsed a deeper mutual respect than either typically acknowledged, a recognition of complementary strengths that, when combined, proved formidable indeed. As I close this journal entry, the fire now burning low in the grate, and the rain finally subsiding outside my window, I find myself grateful for having witnessed this singular adventure. Though it can never join the published accounts of Holmes's cases, it exemplifies the qualities that made him the most remarkable man I have ever known. His analytical brilliance, his talent for improvisation, and his unwavering commitment to justice, regardless of whether his contributions would ever be publicly recognized. In the great game of nations, as in the streets of London, Sherlock Holmes remained a guardian of order in a world increasingly defined by shadowy complexities, a reality that, as the new century approaches, shows no signs of simplification.